Hello there! My name is Jane, and I am beyond excited to welcome you to the 2021 Dear Hearts Drive event. The Dear Hearts Drive is a group of fans of the band The Amazing Devil. We have various creative talents that we're bringing to you today in the hopes of bringing just a little more warmth and joy into your life. Please help us support Refugee Women Connect, an amazing charity doing amazing work, by donating through the link in the description of this video. The link will take you to the website for our fundraising goal, which for this drive is £2,500. We hope to reach this target by the end of the stream today, and every small donation helps with that tremendously. If you would like your donation to be reflected in our final total, please scroll down on the fundraising page a little bit and then click on the donate button that's right above our fundraising goal number. If you use the button at the top of the page, your money will still be donated to Refugee Women Connect. It just won't be reflected in our final donation total for today. I'm also so happy to announce our special surprise for this drive. The absolutely amazing Madeline Highland has offered up an exclusive copy of the lyric artwork for Love Run to whoever donates most to this drive. This means all the lyrics to all the songs in the album, done up beautifully in Madeline's artsy way and printed just for you. This will go to whoever sends the highest donation amount through the Dear Hearts Drive fundraising page by 10 p.m. British time on July 20th. That's 10 p.m. British time, 5 p.m. Eastern time on July 20th. Thank you so much to everybody who's tuning in and who's going to continue to tune in throughout the rest of the drive today. Please continue to share the word about the drive to everybody you might know. We hope that you enjoy everything we have planned for you today. Thank you so much.
Before we jump into the live stream, I wanted to pop in with one last technical note, and that is how to donate to the Dear Hearts Drive fundraiser. As you can see, we are doing our donations directly through the Refugee Women Connect website, and this link is both in our description as well as on our various social medias. Now, when you enter the fundraiser, you can see that on the Refugee Women Connect website, there's a donate button in the top right. If you use this donate button, the money will still go to Refugee Women Connect. However, it will not be reflected in the Dear Hearts Drive total. So we ask that you please scroll down to the page where you can see Dear Hearts Summer Drive 2021 and donate through our fundraiser there. Thanks so much, and I hope you enjoy the many talents of the Dear Hearts.
Hi, my name is Comfort. I am an Advocacy Policy Officer for Refugee Women Connect. Refugee Women Connect is a charity organization that provides support for refugees, asylum-seeking women, and survivors of human trafficking. We provide support in terms of casework, advocating for the women, and providing well-being support, perinatal support, and mental health support. We're not able to carry on with the work that we're doing if we don't get the full support from yourselves. I'd like to say a big thank you to Dear Hearts for your continuous support, and we'll continue to ask that you provide whatever that you have, be it £1, £2, £5, even in the thousands, whatever you have to give towards the work that we do in providing support for our women is welcome. Please go on our website and donate. Please donate, tell your friends, share this message, keep donating so that we can continue to do the work that we do. Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome to Refugee Week. We are the Refugee Women Connect Choir, and we have chosen a couple of songs just randomly, and we really hope that you enjoy as we're going to sing these songs and have fun with us. We haven't really had practice time, but we're just here to have fun, so enjoy.
Oh, my time, anytime, I've crossed the horizon to find you. Oh, Lord, oh, my mind, I know your name. Mama, they have stolen the heart from inside you. Taco Bele, Bele. But this does not define you. Mama, Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain, we all have sorrow. But if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow.
Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on.
Please swallow your pride. If I have faith, you need to borrow. For no one can feed the of your needs that you will let show.
You just call on me, sister, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. Just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. You just call on me, sister, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. You just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong. I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. For it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. You just call on my sister when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. You just might have a problem you don't understand. We all need somebody to lean on. just call on a sister when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. You just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light you see, no, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Ooh, stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should stumble and fall, and the mountains should crumble to the seas, I won't cry, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tears, just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Ooh, stand by me. Stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Ooh, stand by me. Stand by me. Stand by me. That was okay. Oh, yeah, na rimbo. Oh, yeah, na rimbo. Oh, yeah, na rimbo. Oh, yeah, na rimbo. Babangkula, babangkula. Babangkula, babangkula. Babangkula, babangkula. Babangkula, babangkula. Allo die, gamata gudi miye. 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 I think we should just randomly do this. Bella mama, hey. Bella mama, hey. Bella mama, bella mama, bella mama, bella mama, bella mama, bella mama, hey. Bella mama, bella mama, bella mama, hey.
bella mamma, 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 bella.
Thank you, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed.
My eyes are made of winter and his hands are old as skin and bone. Oh, oh. The batches from the mill's gone cold. I know you of old. Oh, oh. Pray for me, oh children, pray for what I've done. I want the very coldest of your skin. Pray for me, I run until I begin to understand what holy man really mean when they speak of sin. Oh, 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 pray for me, 'cause I won't pray for you. Oh, 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 pray for me, 'cause I won't pray for, I won't pray for you. If you knew all that I've done, the voice that shone, I hope it's gone. Oh, oh, the hearts are broken, the minds are woken, sweet nothings are screaming, not spoken. Oh, oh, hurt me, old man, it is inmate, honey, I'm no man. I was left when children go to war. Run from you, I run until I begin to understand what holy man really means. They speak of songs and sings and symphonies and sweat and sex and sin. Oh, 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 pray for me, 'cause I won't pray for you. Oh, 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 pray for me, 'cause I won't pray for, I won't pray for. Oh, 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 pray for me, 'cause I won't pray for you. Oh, 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 pray for me, 'cause I won't pray for, I won't pray for, I won't pray for, I won't pray for, I won't pray for you. Pray for me, oh children, pray for what I find undone. I cannot sleep, all you please cry. Pray for me, I run until I begin to understand what holy man really mean when they speak of all that's been and all that want to know you do and don't. And why you cannot sleep for sighing, a woman is hard and crying, no stronger now than you have ever known. The cracks you made are filled with water, a broken heart is filled with water, symphonies and sweat and sex mean nothing when you are obsessed with sin and sun, strength and song, and all the words that came out wrong get him. Oh, 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 pray for me, 'cause I won't pray for you. Oh, 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 pray for me, for you. Oh, 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 pray for me, 'cause I won't pray for, I won't pray for, I won't pray for, I won't pray for, I won't pray for.
Remember me, I ask. Remember me, I sing. I can hear the cannons calling as though across a dream, and I can smell the smoke of hell in every stitch and seam. And like flowers the bodies tumble around this muddy lot. I cannot hear them scream, forget me not. Your voice, it carries over the hubbub and the hum, and it paints the sky in circles high like the beating of a drum. You will scream, I won't forget you, but I'll cover my cold ears. It cannot be a lie if no one hears. 'Cause when it's cold, I'll wrap my scarf around you, and when it's hard, I'll place your head into my hands. And when you scream that it's not fair, it's like I've gone off to the coast, left you behind, just standing there, pretending not to see your ghost. If only you could hear my voice, but you are screaming far too loud to hear me. Swear, just because I left doesn't mean that I'm not still there. 'Cause although you say good day to me, I know I don't belong. And although you hold my hand and say I love you, you are wrong. Because love does not exist here in this garden, there's no feeling. And you say the word so often that I barely know the meaning. And when all the flowers are rotten and all the cannons shot, I'll scream but you won't hear, forget me not. When I find you all unwoven, trying desperately to sew, I know the kindest thing is to leave you alone. And in years to come you'll wander to the place upon our hill, and then you'll cry to our painted sky, I loved him then, I love him still. And you'll strew some sage and lilies and roses where I rot. Of all the flowers you pick, I knew you would forget me not.
Without you, I'm stronger. I'm no longer filled with wonder how wrong you were. For you, my lungs were pulled asunder, saw that wild blue yonder and set such endless blue. So one last time, come and rip my clothes, get a grip. We're grown ups, let's wander till the fuckers demand an encore. wasn't flirting. At the back of a bookshop, rip off my socks like you're blasting the locks off of a band-bolt hot. This time we're done for. Let's hide under the covers. We don't know what's out there. Could be wolves. So hold me, lover, like you used to. So tight I'd bruise you. I'd bruise you, I'd bruise you too. Every stone you threw, I stood on to better see the view. I surrender. What was, what could have been, all this wonder sit in wait for us. We tried my best to get dinner. Come rest for the winter. Wear my jumper all night long. Those songs we sung, those words we flung, for fear or sound. All those books and we both drowned. And the candle we lit while we used it to burn this whole place to the ground. I'm lost, I'm found in you. Hide under the covers. We don't know what's out there. Can't you hear that scratching? Hold me, lover, like you used to. So tight I'd bruise you. I'd bruise you, I'd bruise you too. Every brick you held, all used to build this world, this world, this world, this world. Let's hide under the covers. We don't know what's out there. Could be all our demons, darling. Hold me, lover, like you used to. So tight I'd bruise you. I'd bruise you, I'd bruise you. So hide under the covers. We don't know what's out there. Could be ghosts or monsters or a robot vampire. I don't know. Hold me, lover, like you used to. So tight I'd bruise you. I'd bruise you, I'd bruise you. I'd bruise you, I'd bruise you.
Work's a bore and life's a chore. There's always you when I come home. And I live for those lazy Saturdays. Morning starts, it's the same routine. Breakfast sizzling, smells like a dream. Scrambling eggs, it's all you can do. Singing another wordless tune. Hear my footsteps, take my hand. Spin me around in our crazy dance. And the world fades away. You hold me in your arms and it feels like coming home. Those lovely lazy Saturdays. You were made for hugging with a heart built for loving. I look into your eyes and know this is all I need and more. Rain falls down on the window pane. We don't care, we're inside just the same. A day full of potential. You're cracking jokes left and right. Laughter hitting brand new heights. Had some plans with the book, it's true. My favorite subject's always you. On the couch, your hand in mine. Can this moment last for the rest of time? And the world fades away. You hold me in your arms and it feels like coming home. Those lovely lazy Saturdays. shore. And even on my darkest days, your warmth will keep the cold at bay. Through it all, I know that you'll be here. And when the world fades away, you'll hold me in your arms and guide me home. You were made for hugging with a heart built for loving. Look into your eyes and know I love you now and forevermore. And the world fades away. Hold me in your arms and it feels like coming home. Those lovely lazy Saturdays. You were made for hugging with a heart built for loving. I look into your eyes and know I love you. This is all I need and more. I forgot the words in the last line.
Love writes a letter and sends it to hate. My vacation's ending, I'm coming home late. The weather was fine and the ocean was great, and I can't wait to see you again. Nick reads the letter and throws it away. No one here cares if you go or you stay. I barely even noticed that you were away. I'll see you or I won't, whatever. Love takes a song as she sails through the sky. The water looks bluer through her pretty eyes. Everyone knows it whenever she flies, and also when she comes down. Hank kicked his head up and walks through the street. Every stranger and drifter he greets, shakes hands with every loner he meets, with a serious look on his face. Love arrives safely with suitcase in tow, carrying with her the good things we know. A reason to live and a reason to grow, to trust, to hold, to care. Hank sits alone on the hood of his car, without much regard to the moon or the stars, lazily killing the last of a jar of the strongest stuff you can drink. Love takes a taxi, a young man drives. As soon as he sees her, hope fills his eyes. Tears follow after, at the end of the ride, 'cause he might never
see her again. Think it's unlucky to still be alive. He screams over the sidewalk and into the drive. The clock in the kitchen says 2:55, and the clock in the kitchen is slow. Love has been waiting, patient and kind, just wanting a phone call or some kind of sign, one that she cares for, who's out of his mind, will make it back safe to her arms. Hate stumbles forward and leans in the door. Weary head hung down, eyes to the floor. He says, love, I'm sorry, and she says, what for? I'm yours, and that's it, whatever. I should not have been gone for so long. I'm yours, and that's it, forever. You're mine, and that's it, forever.
Ye elves of hills, brooks, standing lakes and groves, and ye that on the sands with printless foot do chase the ebbing Neptune, and do fly him when he comes back, you demi-puppets, that by moonshine do the green sour ringlets make, whereof the ewe-not bites, and you whose pastime is to make midnight mushrooms, that rejoice to hear the solemn curfew, by whose aid, weak masters though ye be, I have bedeemed the noontide sun, called forth the mutinous winds, and twixt the green seas and the azured vault, set roaring war to the dread rattling thunder. Have I given fire, and rifted Jove's stout oak with his own bolt, strong-based premonitory, have I given shake, and with the spurs plucked up the pine and cedar. Graves at my command have awoken their sleepers, opened, and let them forth by my so potent art. But this rough magic I here abjure, and when I have reclaimed this heavenly music, which even now I do, to work mine end upon the senses that this airy charm is for, I'll break my staff, bury it certain fathoms in the earth, and deeper than did ever plummet sound, I'll drown my book.
Hello, dear hearts. Leanne here, or Lee as I'm more commonly known. I am really, really happy to see another Dear Hearts Drive happening, so a huge well done to everyone involved. I really can't wait to see what's in store and watch what everyone submitted. It's actually my first time submitting something for the drive, which is exciting and also nerve-wracking. Unfortunately, I am currently being ruined by hay fever, so apologies if I do sound a little bunged up now and on the recording. But this is a song from the show and soon-to-be film, Dear Evan Hansen, and it's called So Big, So Small.
It was a February day when your dad came by before going away. A U-Haul truck in the driveway. The date was suddenly real. I told you not to come outside but you saw that truck and you smiled so wide. A real life truck in your driveway. We let you sit behind the wheel. Goodbye, goodbye. Now it's just me and my little guy. And the house felt so big, and I felt so small. The house felt so big, and I felt so small. That night I tucked you into bed. I will never forget how you sat up and said, is there another truck coming to our driveway? A truck that will take Mommy away. And the house felt so big, and I felt so small. The house felt so big, and I knew there would be moments that I'd miss, and I knew there would be space I couldn't fill, and I knew I'd come up short a million different ways, and I did, and I do, and I will. But like that February day, I will take your hand, squeeze tightly, and say, there's not another truck in the driveway. Your mom isn't going anywhere. Your mom is staying right here. Your mom isn't going anywhere. Your mom is staying right here no matter what. I'll be here when it all feels so big, till it all feels so small. When it all feels so big, till it all feels so small. Till it all feels so small. I love you. Why so sad, he says, and as I say, don't you know that it's not all about you anyway? Come and play, love, come and play. Always so sad, I want some pancakes while you're wearing all that makeup. It's daylight again, and you look like I failed you. Should tell them by the time we met that I miss you. Love the way daylight will yell it from the rooftops for you, he says. Why so sad, he says, why you try so hard? Just relax and come to bed with me. Come laugh at boots and stripes and how every time we watch Netflix we spend 2 hours deciding what to watch on Netflix. And me wearing your clothes just to surprise you when you come home on
those wankers you serve all night. I love you, don't say anything, just thank you, miss you being in my life. What are you sad? You're going too fast, you'll burn up soon. Make 100 paper plates, decorate our tiny room. Leave and learn to cook. Just stop staring at the moon. Swipe it up fairy lights just to distract you. And stop listening to the Smiths. I don't know how to reach you when you get like this. I've been waiting for you to come home. I don't know how to reach you when you get like this. I've been waiting for you to come home. He says, why so sad? He says, why won't you let me follow in your footsteps? Do you trek into that underground world? What's that hole? The big dark king of nothing. It's got on you, my girl. Do you go down those stairs to that green dark cave? There's only faces of the unfaced dead, full of people just pretending to be brave. Why so much makeup? You don't need it. You're so beautiful to me, Missy. You don't see daylight anymore. Something's sucking at your core, and it's so boring, 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 etc. To see you tired all the time. Why won't you just tell them all to fuck off, love, and be mine? Why so sad? He says, I'm here and I'm alive. Stop making up death wishes and just take my lifeline. He says, or at least that's the cliche to represent what he meant. Why won't you believe I love you if I'm not hurting you? He says, can't you see that I'm enough for you, but you don't want me to be? 'Cause that means you'll actually have to be content. I don't know how to reach you when you get like this. I've been waiting for you to come home. I don't know how to reach you when you get like this. I've been waiting for you to come home. He says, why so sad? Stop asking why I'm sad. Just know it's enough to know I'm sad. Yeah, but why? Yeah, but why? He says, said, wish I'd said, 'cause maybe if I'd said you'd still be snuggled here in my bed, watching Netflix. Now I can't, 'cause you changed the password. When you left, somewhere in Germany, but I can't place it. Man, I hate this part of Texas. Close my eyes and fantasize. 3 clicks and I'm home. When I get back, I'll lay around, then I'll get up to lay back down. romanticize a quiet life. There's no place like mine. But you gotta go now. I know, I know. Like a wave crashing, melting on the shore. Not even the burnouts are out here anymore. So you gotta go. I know, I know, I know. Out in the park we watched the sunset, talking on our rusty swings. And after a while you went quiet, and I got me, always pushing you away from me. But you come back with gravity, and when I call you come home. Burn in your teeth. But I gotta go now. I know, I know, I know. When the sirens sound, you'll hide under the floor. I'm not gonna go down with my hometown in a tornado. I'm gonna chase it. I know, I know, I know. So I gotta go. I know, I know. Driving out into the sun, let the ultraviolet cut me off. I'm looking for a creation myth, ended up with a pair of cracked lips, windows down, scream along to some America First rap country song, a slaughterhouse, an outlet mall, slot machines, fear of God, windows up, heater on, great bolts of lightning hanging low over the coast. Everyone's convinced it's a government drone or an alien spaceship. Either way, we're not alone. I'll find a new place to be from, a haunted house with a picket fence to float around and ghost my friends. No, I'm not afraid to disappear. The billboard said the end is near. I turned around, there was nothing there. Yeah, I guess the end is here. The end is here.
Hello everyone, my name's Atara, previous handler of this creepy lady made by the lovely Coco. It's great to be here again and participate in the drive for RWC, so if you are just learning about them or if you've been involved before, please donate if you can, get involved, retweet, reblog, share the fantastic work that they do. I've been asked to describe this performance, and I think what I put down was, I don't know, probably some terrible jokes, 10 minutes. So we'll stick to that prompt and let's get on with it. I was actually on FaceTime the other night, this is not the joke by the way, with my niece Amy, who is 8 years old. And we were, you know, just catching up, chatting about school and her coloring book, the neighbor's cat, you know, just appropriate topics of conversation for an 8-year-old, as you do. And I think we were talking about the neighbor's cat, actually. We were in this middle of this fascinating conversation when she stops and goes, "Tara," that's me, "what does a stranger say to another stranger?" And I'm there like, and you know, those of you at home will have recognized this as the setup of a terrible joke, and to my eternal shame, I did not. I did not realize that Amy was a budding comedian, and I just thought, you know, she's asking me a serious question. And so you know, just lots of things are going through my mind at breakneck speed. You know, is she asking about making friends at school? Is she talking about boundaries? What is a stranger, really? And can you ever get past the stage of being strangers? Can you ever really know another person? And you know those moments when everything stops, you go all glassy-eyed, time freezes in place, and you're just there like, whoa. It was one of those, and obviously, you know, in real time, this all happened very, very fast, and in about like 2 seconds, Amy obviously started laughing and went, "Nothing," because they didn't know each other. And I just, you know, like, awareness came crashing in, and I was like, whoa, like, she's just like, this is obviously a joke, none of these things that I was thinking about are relevant, and I'm just laughing, you know, the laughter of somebody who's just absolutely broken inside. And you know, we go back to chatting about her school and her coloring book and the neighbor's cat, and then like hang up. And I'm still thinking about this, like, time later, I'm thinking about this joke, and I think it's kind of what I've been doing in these past drives with RWC, just kind of telling these anti-jokes, really. So I thought I'd talk a bit about anti-humor. Let's have a look at the definition. So anti-humor is a type of indirect and alternative humor that involves the joke tellers delivering something that is intentionally not funny or lacking in intrinsic meaning. The practice relies on the expectation on the part of the audience of something humorous. And when this does not happen, the irony itself is of comedic value. What do you call a joke that isn't funny? A sentence. How is a laser beam similar to a goldfish? None of them can whistle. Why are T-Rexes unable to clap their hands? Because they are extinct. What is brown and sticky? Mud. What did Batman say to Robin before he got in the Batmobile? Robin, get in the Batmobile. And of course, because Dear Hearts Drive is all about connection and sharing and coming together as a community, I decided to call a few people, a few friends and supporters of RWC, and ask them Amy's question and see what happened. Hello, you're on mute. You're actually the first person I've called at this early hour.
Oh wow, it's past 11 o'clock. It's not that early, but okay.
I've got a question for you. What does a stranger say to another stranger?
Like a not joke. I don't know. What does a stranger say to another stranger?
The answer is apparently nothing, because they don't know each other.
But how do you make friends if you don't?
Right?
Sure.
That's what I said!
You're not strangers until you say hi, right? So...
You're not strangers until you say hi.
Wait, no, that doesn't make sense.
What? Wait, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
You're not...
You're strangers until you say hi. No, you're not strangers, because if you're not strangers, it means you know each other.
Yeah. Thanks for coming to my podcast. No, I don't have a podcast.
Yeah, amazing. And there's sus, squids, what is happening?
What is happening? I've got a question for you today.
Okay.
What does a stranger say to another stranger?
I don't know. What does a stranger say to another stranger?
Nothing. They don't know each other. Someone asked me this, and they were obviously setting up a joke, but I did not get that. So, I'm trying to figure out if I'm the only one.
That's kind of weak. I mean, I feel like it depends on the nationality of the stranger. I would just say nothing, so, in that sense it's correct, but I feel like the extroverts would probably...
Yeah, what do you think the extroverts would do?
I don't know. I feel like they would initiate conversation. Ew, gross.
Conversation. I think we'll need to ask some extroverts. Do we know any extroverts? Hello? Hello?
Hi.
Hi.
What shenanigans do you commit?
So, I've got a question for you. What does a stranger say to another stranger?
Is this a question or is this a lead up to a joke? Because, preferably if I was a stranger approaching another stranger, I wouldn't say anything.
Would you describe yourself as an extrovert or an introvert? But basically, the reason why I'm asking this is because somebody asked me this question and I did not realize that it was actually a lead up to a joke, so I was very serious about it. And I was just really... Yeah, and I'm glad you did, because I was like, am I the only one? Because literally, everyone else I spoke to was like, I don't know, just clearly expecting me to tell them the joke, and I was like, okay, so you all had the brain cell. But yeah, apparently the answer I was given was nothing. They don't know each other.
Yeah, it depends. They're strangers, but do they have anything in common? Are they wearing something that would identify them as a mutual interest? Are they strangers, but do they work together? There's so many parameters that you need to bear in mind.
What would a stranger need to wear for you to say something to them?
I don't know, maybe they're wearing some, I don't know, fandom merch or something that's oh, nice shirt, and then you move on,
Yeah, and I guess they're still strangers, so that's saying
strangers.
something to a stranger and then remaining strangers. I just got deep. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, can you hear me now?
I can, yeah.
Excellent. Hi. How you doing?
Hi. Good.
Thanks for coming to the Tara show. Are you ready?
I'm so ready.
What does a stranger say to another stranger?
I don't know. What? Hi?
Hello. Hi. Oh, wait, that's the answer. The answer to this by an 8-year-old is nothing. They don't know each other.
That's really valid. Stranger danger. I love you. Oh, hi. Oh, wait.
Oh.
That was excellent. All round, that experience was just beautiful.
Thank you so much. Thanks for watching. Thanks everyone who agreed to be in this video, and please donate if you can. See you next time.
was a ship that put to sea, and the name of the ship was a billy of tea. The winds blew hard, her bow it down, oh blow, my bully boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. She had not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. Hands to the side, harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. No line was cut, no whale was freed, the captain's mind was not on greed. He belonged to the whaleman's creed, she took that ship in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. For 40 days or even more, the line went slack then tight once more. The boats were lost, there were only 4, and still that whale did go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. As far as I've heard, the fight's still on, the line's not cut and the whale's not gone. The wellerman makes his regular call to encourage the captain, crew and all. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tonguing is done, we'll take our leave and go.
Hello everyone, I'm Lauren, or better known as Lolly to many of you who will be watching, listening and supporting today's Dear Hearts Drive livestream. Today I'll be doing a little reading of some original fiction that I wrote a little while ago, if I'm honest, but I began reading back through some of my old stuff and decided to edit and thought that this piece would be perfect to share with you today. Before that, I just wanted to say a quick thank you to anyone who is here, who has perhaps donated already or is thinking of donating, or even if you've just shared this video on to friends and family. Refugee Women Connect are a phenomenal charity working with women who have had to flee their homes and their countries. That would mean that these women and often their children are put at risk of their own lives. Links to where you can donate will be popping up in the chat or in the description below if you're thinking of donating. If you can't donate, there is no pressure to do so. Just being here and sharing is still an important part of supporting any cause, including this one. Now, that being said, I'm going to do a reading for you today. The piece is overall called Rooftop Blinkers, and it was written as an exploration between the intrinsic link between home and self-identity. I'll be reading just a prologue for you today, so I hope you enjoy. Make sure you have a snack, get yourself comfy, and I'll begin. The skyline. This city once had a name, and a cacophony of voices that spoke in money to a world that believed they were the future. We have called it many names throughout time, the Square Mile, the Great Wen, the Old Smoke, but for now we shall call it London Town. These are the names of the were and the would have been, but that's the problem with change. No one can predict whether a metamorphosis will end with the results wanted. To hope for a butterfly and end with a beetle. Nor can it predict who will be the one to pull one leg too many and go on to break a creature of habit. Travelling down the Thames on a boat, on an unwinding path without cause or a purpose, is a risk that not many take anymore. They must plot and chart the forks in the road, but you chose the river in a preemptive hope for isolated thoughts. Your journey begins in an estuary, a monogamous beat of heart and tide as you travel west into the city. London Bridge has been long abandoned. Leisure boats and company ships have not moored any further past the East End dockyards, and with pockets as empty as yours, you are not to be the exception from its glamour as London entices you. London does this with an echo in the spring breeze of childhood rhymes, of oranges and lemons as eyes flitted between the Thames and rising skyline of international banks. The bells of St. Clement's chimes its 10 o'clock rhyme, falling on the deaf ears of the insomniacs and the restless residents of London town. The bells of Shoreditch are ringing vows for the ifs of when you grow rich. London is a metropolitan ticket to the arts and the culture and the underbelly prejudice of saying you're ours. It's a city wristband border between Berkshire, Essex, Surrey and Kent has been tied too tightly. London is a dream of dreams where I should grace the skyline of monuments set in worldwide awe. To touch, to swing from the antennae of the Millennium Dome to the clouds heavy with rain at the peak of Canary's Wharf. But these are the dreams of the fictitious minds, of the mind of whose feet will never leave the cobbles and the concrete of our paved streets. The new will be built on the old, and histories will be erased and rewritten by the voices of manipulation. A city as fickle as summer weather, the carefree live under clear skies for as long as it takes for the storm to overwhelm and cast you adrift in a system that works for the team, not the individual. The moment your feet touch land, the lyrical winds of rhyme morph into the whining pitch of emergency vehicle sirens. A soundscape of urgency and alarm ringing. Market stall traders call out their wares against a mass of jeering threats as gangs on gangs cross one road into the next. The soot that glints in the sun is trodden deep like glitter scattered on carpet. These will be the lyrics stitched into the city bricks as the residents of London town grow old. Time passes, and with it you move alongside it. Enough seconds, minutes, hours, days, weeks and months passes you by, and London town is no longer London town, but it is home. Home is the sofa cushions that you bought with your first paid wage. It's the tack that keeps your artwork up where it now hangs on the wall above your bed. It's that little bit of haven from a tirade of sheep pleasing the walls, a little four-walled piece of heaven that no god could give to you, but perhaps he ought to owe it to you. The end. That was the skyline, the opening prologue to a chunky piece of fiction work. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you are cozy. I hope you enjoyed your snack or your drink. And with that, I leave you and wish you all the best. And I hope you all have a good time, so wherever you are right now in the world.
Hi there. My name is Pippin, and I am so excited to be here for you today, because I am so excited and grateful to have all of you here today. And I just wanted to take the time to say thank you for spending your time here, for choosing to spend your time here with us in support of this amazing organization, and the amazing women that they support and uplift in the asylum-seeking community. I'm incredibly grateful, and you're all stars. So thank you for sharing, for giving generously if you have the means to, and thank you for being here. I hope you're having a lovely time, and I hope I keep that streak going. So enjoy. It's what my heart just yearns to say in ways that can't be said. It's what my rotting bones will sing when the rest of me is dead. It's what's engraved upon my heart
in letters deeply worn. Today I somehow understand the reason I was born, 'cause outwardly he says I try so hard to make you laugh at me. And she does, she laughs as though she's not heard the joke 10,000 times before, and he adores her. He watches her get dressed as though she's hurtling through time. Oh darling, please be mine, she promises to fight them all when it all becomes too much. And he curses at the world for leaving him behind, and he's fallen out of touch, and she is stronger than he's ever been, he knows. She brushes her hands through his hair, he's got so much fucking hair, and he holds her close just to keep the world at bay. And when they're sure no one can hear them, she'll turn to him and say, it's not fair, oh it's not fair how much I love you. It's not fair, 'cause you make me laugh when I'm actually really fucking cross at you for something. And he'll say, oh how unreasonable, how unreasonably in love I am with everything you do. I'll spend my days so close to you, 'cause if I'm standing here, maybe everyone will think I'm alright. I've seen enough, he says, I know exactly what I want, and it's this life that we've created, inundated with the fated thought of you. And if you asked me to, if you asked me, I would lose it all like petals in a storm. 'Cause darling, I was born to press my head between your shoulder blades at night when light is fading, just to let you know I'm old, way late, and it feels like I'm wading into carpet burns and carousels. Christ, you'll be the death of me, and calm throughout his melodrama. She will turn and say, dear heart, it's me, it's me. You don't need to pretend to be someone you're not, 'cause it's not like I've never heard you fart and snore, and for some godforsaken reason I'm still here, love, like I've always been before. And he'll say, it's not fair, it's not fair how much I love you. It's not fair, 'cause you make me weep when I'm just trying to watch The Office with my yogurt. And she'll say, oh how unreasonable, how unreasonably in love I am with everything you do. I'll spend my days so close to you, 'cause if I'm standing here, maybe everyone will think I'm cool. How unfair they'll sing as they dance across the darling rooftop wreck. He'll trip and she'll pretend not to have seen, burying her head into his chest and clinging to the moment. Where have you been? She'll whisper, I've waited oh so long for you to come. And as the stars above them hum and hear them, he'll turn to her and say, that's what she said. It's not fair, It's not fair how much I love you. It's not fair, 'cause you make me ache, you bastard. And they'll say, oh how unreasonable, how unreasonably in love I am with everything you do. I'll spend my days so close to you, 'cause if I'm stood here, then I'm stood here. And I'll stand here with you. Wrinkles and bricks that we're left with at last, and that drink, will it fades? All those questions unasked. Who died, who will save you, and made you king of it all? Now the wind feels so warm on the back of my neck as we walk with the sun hand in hand from the wreck. Some fictions we took to mean fate, believe me, I know. Don't be uncouth, be a man, don't lie with your eyes. You know I despise that look. You're home, for God's sake. 'Cause the sun that beams down as my hands touch the grass. After summers of fasting I feel hunger at last. For that person, 15-year-old me would be proud to have known. Breathing you hear, don't mistake it for sighs. Don't you realize they're just battle cries, dear? And these lines aren't wrinkles, dear heart. They're just dollops of paint on a new work of art. And as I walk away I know I've been through the wars. The creaking you hear in my bones is not pain, it's applause. With you, I could summon the gods and the stars. Watch them dance out the plays that we wrote from the heart. And we'd laugh at the ghosts of our fears. We were gods, we were kids. Come at me, you blackguards, you'd yell from the back of the gallery. Say goodbye. I am not a drunkard, a daughter, a preacher. God knows how you dragged us both into the darkness that grows. Our devils broke rank, and out of the depths came an army. I won't let you turn our last night into this. I'm gonna binge watch a box set, drink wine, reminisce. This isn't a break up, dear heart, it's a season finale.
my battle cries, dear. And these lines aren't wrinkles, dear, hardly knew the words. I'm dolled up, love, don't I deserve to just walk away? I know I've been through the wars. The creaking you hear in my bones is not pain, it's applause. It's not pain, it's applause. It's not pain, it's applause. All it took to unearth in the dust and the dirt some release or respite from the heat and the hurt was taking the time now and then to ask how I am. And now at the end of all things, I'm not going to scream, beat my chest at the wind. I'm doing fine. And that's a wrap on my bit. So thank you again for being here. Thank you for spending your time here, for giving if you were able to, for sharing, for just being your wonderful selves. Because we're all here to do one thing, and that is to enable the RWC to do the work that they do best and to fight that good fight in just helping and empowering and uplifting and supporting these incredible women in the asylum-seeking community. So thank you for helping us do that, because I think between us all, that is more than possible. So thank you, and I hope you've enjoyed all of the acts so far. I hope you enjoyed my bit, and I hope you enjoy all of the acts to come, because they were put together by incredibly marvelous and talented people. So just sit back and enjoy the show.
Hi everybody, my name is Jane and I'm one of the administrators of Dear Hearts Drive, and I also play the piano.
And my name is Maggie and I play the violin.
Later you're going to hear a few songs from me on the piano, but first my sister and I are going to be playing a duet of the main theme from Howl's Moving Castle, Merry-Go-Round of Life. Before we begin, if you haven't already, please consider donating to Refugee Women Connect and sharing information about this drive and this charity to others you might know in your life. We really, really appreciate all the support. Thank you so much for tuning in, and I hope you enjoy. The next piece I'm going to be playing is a piano solo from the mid-1800s. This is The Skater's Waltz by Emil Wildteufel. Franz Liszt is one of the most well-recognized piano composers in Western classical music. Of all of his piano solos, Hungarian Rhapsody No. 2 is probably one of the most recognizable. I am not going to be playing the full version of that song, but I will be playing an adaptation of the song that includes some of the most important and most recognizable themes. I hope you enjoy this adapted version of Hungarian Rhapsody No. 2 by Franz Liszt.
And for the Dear Hearts Drive today, I have brought an extraterrestrial visitor. This is dry ice, and I love this stuff. I used to be a science teacher, and so I thought I would do some dry ice demonstrations. But the thing is, we usually see dry ice in classroom and laboratory settings, and so I thought it needed to come out in nature and take a little bit of a hike with me to do some activities. So dry ice, if you're not familiar, is frozen carbon dioxide. Now carbon dioxide usually on Earth is a gas. It is in the air that we breathe all the time. The trees need it. Not this tree anymore. This one is rotting, and it is full of flies who are going to eat me alive by the end of this video. That's fine. This is where they live. I'm in their space. So yeah, it's frozen carbon dioxide. We breathe it in and out of our bodies every day. Our bodies actually let go of it as waste product. So when we exhale, we are exhaling carbon dioxide. If I have this in my hand right now, as my friend Steve used to say, I'm essentially holding a frozen burp. That played really well with 7-year-olds. So this is created in a lab here on Earth, but it's not altogether unnatural. It just doesn't occur on Earth because it needs to be, carbon dioxide needs to be very cold or at low temperatures or pressures in order to freeze into a solid form. And other places in the solar system are perfectly well suited to that. So I actually made a list. I love lists. Made a list of where it is perfectly natural, part of the natural world. It occurs naturally on the surface of Mars. At the poles. The poles of Mars actually have a thin layer of dry ice on them. It's also found on Venus in the form of snow, which is super exciting to think about. And on the moons of Uranus, Titania, Ariel, and Umbria, and on Neptune's moon Triton. So it's really all over the place. Just because it isn't part of our natural world or our lives doesn't make it unnatural. So I'm thinking of it that way today, brought it out into nature. And I'm gonna use it with some other natural things from the earth and see what it does. Yeah, so let's give it a whirl. We're first going to get some warm water. All right. I have warm water here in this bottle. I'm going to put my gloves on before I handle the dry ice. I'm doing this because it is so cold that it can give you frostbite if you touch it with your bare skin. I'm wearing just gardening gloves, so if they look, well, dirty and not terribly scientific, that's why. It's cold, but it's really not so cold that you need special equipment. I like to compare it to handling boiling water. We handle boiling water every day. We know how to manage that risk, and so that's what I'm doing with this, is I know the limits. I'm wearing gardening gloves. So, warm water in here, and when we add the dry ice is warming up. It's doing this right here as well, right here on the tray. But in here it's speeding up the process of warming up because it's in this very warm water. And it's doing something called sublimating, which is transforming directly from a solid into a gas without passing through a liquid phase. So there's no liquid carbon dioxide in here, at least that I know of. It's the solid ice that is turning into a gas. What you see here at the top is not carbon dioxide gas. That's invisible. What you're seeing here is actually the exact same thing as the clouds up in the sky, which is pretty nifty. So the warm water in the bottle also has this thick layer of water vapor on top of it, and that water vapor, when it gets cold from this cold dry ice, is condensing and turning into little drops of liquid water, and that is what we see as clouds. So this is essentially like touching the clouds up in the sky. Coincidentally, that is the same thing that happens when you open your freezer door in the hot summer and clouds come out of it. Those are also the same thing as the majestic clouds up in the sky, so you can touch that and have like a little meditative moment in the middle of a really, really hot day. Alright, let's try something else. I don't need my gloves. I need more water. When I was a science teacher at museums, I used to have the occasional stress dream about work, because those are fun. And the problem in my dreams was always that I had no buckets. I had no containers. So much of what you do as a science teacher is just lugging containers around, having the right containers, the right bowls and bottles and all of that. So I brought extra containers today. Didn't want to be trapped in the woods without a, the right size bowl or whatever. So in this nice little bowl, I put, of course, some more warm water. Gonna drop a few pieces of dry ice. Ooh, I hope you can hear that. Can you hear the bubbling? It's magical. It's perfect. Maybe I'll get some B-roll. I'll do some B-roll after this, so you can hear it really close up. Yeah. Dry ice, you can actually get it probably near you. I don't know about a bunch of other places in the world, but here ice cream shops tend to have it in stock, so you can get it, wear your gardening gloves, and do some of your own experiments. So I have some warm water in this bowl, same thing that was happening in the bottle, and I'm gonna try to make a bubble. For no particular special philosophical reason, just because it looks really cool. This is definitely one of those demos where you can do it perfectly every single time until you try to do it in front of somebody. So apologies if it takes me a few tries to get this right. This is just bubble solution on a piece of cloth that I'm trying to stretch across the bowl. Yes! First try! Awesome! Look at that! You can still hear it. I hope you can still hear it. I can still hear it. Yay! I love it. Great. Alright, we'll set our bowl aside. Just let it keep bubbling. Because I want to do a couple more things, and I'm sure that I'm running out of time. Let's see. It's a little cold. We're going to add some more warm water to this. Oh no. I really hope this is a good take, because I think I am running out of hot water. Brought both of my thermoses. Still not quite enough. That's okay. Alright, so I've got some warm water there again, and drop a little dry ice in there, a couple of cubes. Now as it sublimates, it's turning into a gas from a solid. Solids tend to be a lot more compact than gases. Solids, all the molecules are more crammed together, they're locked in structure together, whereas gases, they tend to spread out. And so what is happening right now, and part of the reason that you're seeing anything at all spill out of the bottle, is that the carbon dioxide takes up a lot more space once it changes from a solid to a gas. And so we trap it. Woo. It explodes. So that's fun. I have to get this cork. Hold on. So far we've done something with air and water. I'd like to do something with earth. I'm being a terrible science teacher heretic by invoking the classical elements. So I have these metal spoons, and they're quite warm. It is very warm out here today. So we're gonna add this very cold dry ice and see what happens. I hope you can hear that. That's neat. I love that. I think that always makes me happy. So these, what's happening there is that the dry ice is sublimating. It's turning from a solid to a gas, and it's doing that quite fast because it really, like, it's been doing it the whole time. I have less mass sitting here in the tray than I did when I started, even in the, pellets I haven't used. And so, yeah, so the gas is coming off of this piece of dry ice very quickly. It's actually hitting the spoon and making it ring the same way if I hit it with an object, the spoon rings. So that's all I have today. Thank you so much for coming to the Dear Hearts Drive, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the show and that you'll show a little bit of love to our friends over at Refugee Women Connect. If you can, big hugs to our neighbors over there. Thank you.
I can hear the bells. Well, don't you hear 'em chime? Can't you feel my heartbeat keeping perfect time? And all because he touched me. He looked at me and stared. Yes, he bumped me. My heart was unprepared when he tapped me and knocked me off my feet. One little touch, now my life's complete. 'Cause when he nudged me, love put me in a fix. Yes, it hit me just like a ton of bricks. Yes, my heart burst. Now I know what life's about. One little touch and love's knocked me out. And I can hear the bells. My head is spinning. I can hear the bells. Something's beginning. Everybody says that a girl who looks like me can't win his love. Well, just wait and see. 'Cause I can hear the bells. Just hear them chiming. I can hear the bells. My temperature's climbing.
Hi, my name's Nicole, and I'm going to be reading a short story I wrote. This story is inspired by the Amazing Devil's music, and it contains a lot of lyrics, quotes, and other references to their songs. The structure of the story is a story within a story. It's about, it alternates between scenes about a writer writing a short story and excerpts from what she's writing. To make it clear what part of the story you're hearing, I will be reading the parts about the writer, and my roommate Katie has volunteered to read the parts from the story that she's writing. So without further ado, this is Worth Running To. Elsa alternates between staring out the window and staring down at her notebook. The outline of a new short story rests on the notebook's pages. She rereads it even though she's been over it so often she hasn't memorized. There's no reason not to start writing the story now. So naturally, she opens Twitter instead. The story is important to Elsa, and she wants to write it, but the importance of the story also makes it harder to face. This story encompasses everything she believes about choice and love. She has to do it right.
Everyone at the shindig was filthy rich, and Blue had never felt more out of place, until he saw a girl who looked like she had crawled out of the Lost and Found. They caught each other's eye, and despite having never seen this girl before, Blue felt an immediate sense of recognition. Moments later, her voice whispered in Blue's ear, "Whatever you do, don't turn round." She pulled Blue backward, and he let her drag him into the unknown. Then he ran after her, heart beating like a tom drum. Her name was Scarlet. She told him so as she handed him a drink and said, "We don't have time to fuck around, love." Blue wasn't quite sure what she meant, but her words filled him with a thrill unlike anything he had felt before. From the moment Blue first turned to look at her, he couldn't turn round.
Elsa scans what she wrote and sighs. It might be a bit too melodramatic, and naming her characters after colors is probably dumb. It's to show the contrast between the two of them, she imagines explaining to some hypothetical literary critic. Hot and cold, the sea and the forest fire. It sounds silly even in her head. Elsa honestly doesn't know why she's writing about romance at all. The other day she swore that she never wanted to so much as think about romance ever again. It'd be nice to just cut that part of her emotional range out of her life for good. Perhaps the story would help her do that. It'll get all her romantic feelings out, and then she can enjoy the independent, celibate life she's apparently destined for.
"Why so sad?" Blue asked Scarlet, finding her sitting down in the shower again. Scarlet shook her head, droplets of water running down her face. "It's enough to know I'm sad." But it wasn't. Not for Blue. Blue tried to cheer her up. He learned to cook. He hung up fairy lights. He made whimsical Christmas decorations. Every attempt fell flat. "I don't know how to reach you when you get like this," Blue complained, and Scarlet had no advice for him. "Stop making up death wishes," he said to her another day. "Take my lifeline," he begged, and then in anger, "Can't you see that I'm enough for you?" Scarlet had no answer that satisfied him. The next day he left.
Elsa stares at the page. Then she gets up and goes to take a shower. She turns on the water and sits down in the stream. "I'm feeling bad because the story's not right," she thinks to herself. That's all. Maybe such a quiet, tragic breakup wouldn't keep the reader's attention. It was too depressing, too realistic, frankly, and people didn't want realism when they read fiction. She needed to give them some fire. Elsa decides she'll just do it again. That's what writing's about, right? Just trying again and again, hoping this time it'll work out. She doesn't get around to fixing it that day, though. She doesn't manage to drag herself back to her desk until the following day when, after a significant amount of procrastination, she opens to a new page and tries again.
"Fuck you," Scarlet spat as she threw her plate at the wall. It hit an open wine bottle as it shattered, knocking it over. The deep red liquid poured onto the rug. "Shit," Scarlet muttered. He grabbed a white napkin and started trying to rub out the white stain, but she only managed to spread it around. Stop, you're making it worse," Blue urged. "Fuck you," she said again. It was true, but Scarlet stubbornly continued trying to make it right. A tear dripped from her face, but the wine stain hid it. "God, I I can't find the words, Blue groaned. Scarlet was silent. She felt like she had a darkness growing in her mind, an unwanted animal creeping in from the shadows and twisting reality. It frightened her. This had happened before. This happened every lifetime, and still it frightened her. Can we just talk about this tomorrow? Blue asked. Scarlet laughed bitterly. Sure, we'll talk about this tomorrow. She left Blue in the dining room. He sighed. He was growing old, and every day he felt like he was running out of things to hold on to in his life. Now Scarlet, the one thing he had felt completely sure of, was slipping out of his grasp. He sank to the ground, promising himself he'd get up in 2 minutes.
No, Elsa thinks, that doesn't feel right either. She had been going for fire, but it left her just as unsatisfied as the depressing version had. Maybe it was time to leave the breakup alone for now. There were some happy scenes she needed to slot in before the breakup anyway. Elsa wasn't particularly interested in writing sappy romantic moments, but one quick scene will probably be enough to illustrate what their relationship looked like before it started to fall apart.
They danced across the darling rooftop, the stars above them listening to their song. Blue tripped, but Scarlet pretended not to see. Instead, she just buried her face in Blue's chest when he righted himself. She sighed and murmured, I waited so long for you to come. Blue didn't understand. He hadn't been late to date night at all. To mask his confusion, he fell back on a joke, saying, That's what you said. Scarlet snorted and gave him a playful slap on the shoulder. Idiot, she said. Her expression suddenly grew more serious, and she murmured, It's not fair how much I love you. And I am unreasonably in love with you, Blue replied gently. How unreasonable, Scarlet murmured, turning the word over in her mouth as she let Blue envelop her in his arms. Scarlet, listen, Blue murmured into her hair. I know exactly what I want, and it's this. Blue's voice broke with a love almost too delicate to utter. It's this life that we've created.
Elsa stops. She suddenly finds herself unable to write anymore. A tear falls onto her keyboard, and then another. This isn't about your own heartbreak, she mutters aloud to herself. Pull yourself together. Then she breaks down and sobs. Heartbreak fills her chest, tears her heart into pieces, and leaves them scattered like petals across the ground. She stares out the window and sees the empty flower box that hangs there. Her ex had promised to buy her forget-me-nots to fill it with. He had forgotten. The irony was disgusting. No more happy scenes, she promises herself. Because the problem with happy scenes is that even the happiest scene will eventually end. Every moment of happiness is actually a tragedy in disguise. Whether Blue and Scarlet break up or stay together until one of them dies of old age, their story will eventually end with pain. Everyone's does. If that's the case, why bother?
I've held your hand since 1979, Blue said, reaching across their threadbare couch to grasp Scarlet's wrinkled hand, and I still can't get enough. Scarlet shook her head. Her eyes were unfocused, and her hands shook all the time. This lifetime, it blurs with the others. Blue didn't understand. He understood less and less these days. It's okay, he assured her. You were in a band, Scarlet said, her brows furrowed as if unsure if that was true. Still am, he reminded her. Yes, but then you had hair. She rested her other hand on Blue's head, fingers grazing his bald spot. And your smile was so sublime. Scarlet's face suddenly grew serious. Blue, what will you do? Blue didn't know what she meant. He didn't know what he could do these days other than wait and hope for rare moments of lucidity. You'll have to be the one to remember, Scarlet continued. But it hasn't worked out in every life. Maybe you should break the loop next time. Leave me alone. Scarlet, I'll never leave you alone, Blue said. I've loved you for 100 years. Certainly fucking feels like it, Scarlett said, then mumbled something that sounded like, but actually much longer. Suddenly, her eyes lost focus, and she rocked back and forth slightly. I'm scared of the dark. Blue's heart broke. It's okay. I'm going to forget you. That's okay. Because now I get to meet you for the first time every single day. Scarlett scoffed, but she also leaned against him. He held on to her. He continued holding on to her until the end.
You should go out with us, Elsa's best friend says over the phone. I know you don't feel like it, but once you get there, you'll probably have fun. If you don't, you can leave. No questions asked. I have some writing I'd like to get done, Elsa says as an excuse. And I know how important that is, but it's not healthy to be alone every single day. Elsa frowns. Every word her friend says is right, and she's going to turn her down anyway. I'm sorry, I can't. Her whole life, she had been stuck in the same cycle. She goes out and meets some friend of a friend. Her stupid, sensitive heart falls hard and fast, and from there, it's only a matter of time until disaster. Much easier to just stop going out. She'll make the most of this night alone. She has writing to get done, after all.
In the dark space between lives, Blue climbed up a ragged cliff face. Wind howled as he hauled himself onto an outcropping overgrown with rock roses and thistles. A small wooden box sat among a thatch of mountainside flowers. Blue strode forward and picked it up. Inside were a bunch of tangled threads, blue and scarlet in color. A gravelly voice asked, "How many lifetimes has it been now?" The man had a pale white face and deep red pits instead of eyes. Blue knew they had seen each other before, occasionally even fought. They met between every life. Blue instinctively clutched the box closer to his chest, protecting it. "You'll sew her back together, I presume," the horrifying man said. "But are you sure you want to?" "Of course," Blue said. "I love her." "But you hurt her last lifetime. And in the next, she'll hurt you. And on it goes. The terms of your deal are that only one of you can remember, and not being able to share that burden has destroyed you. Wouldn't the kindest thing be to leave her alone?" Blue glanced down at the tangled fraying threads he held. His choice, whether Scarlett loved again or simply slept. "It will work out this time," Blue protested. "That's what you said last lifetime." Last lifetime. Scarlett, sinking into a depression with the weight of the centuries of memories. Throwing a plate at the wall when it became too much. Memories from countless lives fraying her mind in her old age. That was their last lifetime. But their last lifetime also had dancing on the rooftop and the whirlwind vibrancy of the day they met, and despite it all, it had love. "I can't know," Blue said. "I can't know until I meet her in the next lifetime, and by then it'll be too late. For all I know, it might be horrible, but it might be beautiful too. Most likely it will be both. And I'd rather have both that pain and that beauty than live a lifetime feeling nothing at all." "You've made your choice," the pale man said reluctantly. He disappeared. Blue held the box close to him as he descended the cliff. Not long after, he was alive again.
Elsa stares at the last lines of her story. That was not what she had intended to write. In her original outline, Blue put the box down and decided to let Scarlett go, to allow the two of them to succumb to peaceful oblivion. But at the last minute, Elsa changed it. She rereads the last few lines again, a strange feeling in her chest. Elsa's suddenly overcome with the need to get out of her house. She slips on her shoes and jacket and heads down to the local park. Spring is around the corner, and a strong wind seems to be blowing the cold weather away. It pushes at her back, moving her forward. I'd rather have both that pain and that beauty than live a lifetime feeling nothing at all. Where had those words come from? They hadn't come from her. If anything, they had come to her. Elsa looks at the park's flower bed, lilies and roses just coming back to life after months of barrenness. Her phone buzzes in her pocket. Her best friend is calling to invite her out, and Elsa answers it.
Hi, I'm Em. My pronouns are they, he, or she, and this is Ime. He is one of 3 dogs that might make some noise as I'm recording this, in case you hear anything weird in the background. I am coming to you from a very, very tiny and currently very, very hot flat in Stockholm. I am literally going to melt away. If you see me glistening, that's why. Anyway, I'm not going to bore you for too long, but I'm going to play you 2 songs that I wrote. And they are part of the same story. So the first song is sort of the beginning of the story, and the second song is sort of the ending, the resolution of it. It's a very corny story. It's a very sappy story about these 2 souls that have known each other forever, and then they come into this lifetime to learn things on their own, so they forget each other. And the first song is them sort of starting to meet each other in a dream and starting to remember each other. And the second song is when they've met and they're sort of reuniting. And it's very corny, but that's the kind of stuff that I like to write, apparently. And by some amazing cosmic timing, I've had some issues with my voice recently, some quite bad issues, and so I probably should not be singing, but I will be doing that anyway. So I hope that it's not going to be too much of an existential agony to sit through this, but I think we'll survive. Alright, so the first song is called In the Chaos, and here it is. She runs along a cliff's edge where the autumn winds won't yield. They carry a song, oh my dear, where have you been? In the voices of seagulls as they scream. Young one, do you think this is just a dream? Suddenly at her side, the voice rings familiar. She can't figure out why. Her shoulder brushes ours, and she says, why won't they quiet the ghosts? Don't they tire of their shrieks? The voice replies, so I think that's because of me. Don't you recognize me? Have you forgot that long ago we swore we'd find each other in the chaos when we've learned what we need on our own? Oh, come closer, do you remember me? I've been looking everywhere for you. I know how the arrows pierce, how your throat thickens with fear. You elicit all in my head when I sit at the foot of your bed. You cry, what peace to die to sleep? Or can arrows and slings be diverted with hope? Sorry attempts at barcodes and poetry. I know you're scared, but when you hear the ghosts, oh, promise me that off the edge of this cliff, like a fool, you'll dare to leave. Find me in the waking, in a time when things are better. I trust you'll recognize me, if not by my face, my heart, my words, until we meet again. Pinky swear we won't grow bitter, you have to save your own life, but I'll walk you home when anxiety spikes. Find me in the chaos, in the crowds that we're afraid of. I'll keep searching for you in the hope you leave a trace of. Tell you what they mean, but until you give them what they want, the ghosts will scream. They are just like fate that way, they won't leave you come what may. Sing them all your words, my dear, and they will pave the way. Hey, I know you, do you remember me? I've been looking everywhere for you. Raise your eyes, it's dawning, none. Fingers on these strings will play allegories, songs and stories. Though unsure, light the beacon, tell this tale until we meet again. Spread your wings, clean of broken wings, keep warm beneath their feathers. And one day soon you'll hear me sing, you'll find me in the chaos, in the crowds that we're afraid of. I'll keep searching for you in the hope you leave a trace of. Right, so that went decent, maybe, hopefully. I really don't know what's going on with my voice. It's so weird, and I feel really self-conscious, honestly, that this is not like peak performance. But then I think everyone's got something that they're self-conscious about, and people just don't talk about it, do they? And I think maybe in those situations, sometimes it's more of an opportunity for a lesson that you don't always have to be perfect. Like, especially when it comes to stuff like art. And this is not to like hype myself up, this is just me reflecting. Like, when I listen to live performances, or when I listen to just people playing or painting something or writing something, and there's little imperfections in that, I love that, because that makes it feel alive. That makes it feel like it's like the capturing of a moment, and it feels so much more real and raw than like a studio recording of something, or like the finished piece that's perfect and polished, though those things are nice as well. So this is like deep. This is a conversation for another time, but I just wanted to add that because I think it's important. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna stop talking now and play you this second song. It's called Cheap White Wine, and yeah, here it is. When I'm haunted by ghosts, you call and say, hey, you shouldn't be alone. With paper straws as make-believe swords, let's fight what we're afraid of. Play pretend there's rhyme and reason in the chaos. And you grin and say, hair falling into your eyes. Heard you had a bad time, so here I am, I brought some wine. I say, if you don't mind the mess. You say, are you taking the piss? We've both seen far worse than this, and my company's without condition. I don't care if there's dust in the corners of your mind or undone dishes. I smile, open a cabinet, take out the only 2 clean cups. Where's that cheap white wine? Let's open it up. When I whisper sorry, I didn't mean to cry. You say, my dear, you're an ocean. Those tears are your tides. In many dreams I've seen those piercing eyes, and I've been running round to find you. All my life, all my life, all my life, all my goddamn life. All this time, oh, what peace to die to sleep again. Arrows and slings be diverted with hope and poetry. All my life, all my life, all my goddamn life, all this time, all this time. I've always come when you've called and laughed as you point out your flaws. 'Cause darling, when I trace your scars, they lead me home, and I won't leave you here alone. We've both seen far worse than this, and my company's without condition. I don't care if there's dust in the corners of your mind or undone dishes. May I open a cabinet, take out the only 2 clean cups? Where's that cheap white wine? Let's open it up. And if the price is pain for existing with you, I will tip the gods with every bruise. And I know it should, but none of this feels new. I remember you. There are things I cannot stop, like my fear of crowds and never being enough, and at the same time being way too much. 'Cause I also can't shut up, but somehow here with you I find, though dishes, dust and troubles pile, building towers of all the things I'm not. God damn it. Oh, I find there's rhyme and reason in the chaos. Somehow here with you I find, though dishes, dust and troubles pile, building towers of all the things I'm not. 'Cause when we sing I see rhyme and reason in despite what we're afraid of. I see rhyme and reason in the chaos. I see rhyme and reason in the chaos. I see rhyme and reason in the chaos. Right, messed it up towards the end there, but I'm gonna have to eat my own medicine with what I said. Not everything needs to be perfect. Alright, so I hope you enjoyed that at least somewhat. Thank you so much for taking the time, and I hope that you will have a lovely rest of your day and week and month and life and all of that. Much love, bye.
Hello, my name is Lillianne, and I will be performing 2 songs that I wrote inspired by The Amazing Devil and how it feels when I listen to their music. The people involved in creating their music seem so kind and have such talent, and so many of the people who listen to their music are so kind and talented as well. It's a very big honor to be a part of this drive, and I am so thankful to the people who make it happen.
I've yet to be born. I'm barely a concept. I'm the thought he's just had written down, won't forget. I'm not sure where I come from or how he could know the connection he's made between our
just before I'm swallowed whole, I seem to hear a song, a voice that's so enamoring, the underground feels wrong. A voice that carries clarity and beauty in her tone. She begs my eyes to leave the sun. It cannot save me on its own. She beckons me to rise, to lift my arms up from this cold. Her song reminds me I'm alive, charms you where I felt alone. And even as she's softening, she helps me stand upright. Her tunes and tales and melodies teach me what is life. I'd say she's a siren, but magic can't explain the things her voice is capable of with one enchanting refrain. I wasn't quite unhappy laying on my beautiful beach. I wasn't quite on anything. My sentiments were out of reach. But when she starts her melody, the sun need not be real. For my soul of sand starts to unfreeze as I remember how to feel. She sings me songs of shipwrecks among the white-capped waves. I remember why I came here to this beach on which I've laid. I push myself to standing, brush the sand off of my shoulder. Some remnants remained I won't forget when I was colder. I've never met her face to face, my musical catharsis, but with her age wide as this space, she reaches me regardless. I know it isn't just for me. She sings into the breeze, but I am blessed so gracefully to hear her faint reprise. To love, to lose, to fight, to scream, to never quite give in. To grant myself forgiveness when I feel it all again. I'd say she's a siren, but magic couldn't dare to make a sound as beautiful as her voice in the air.
That was Showing Me Safety and Madmen and Sirens, respectively. Again, I want to thank everyone who worked hard to make this happen. It's such a worthy cause, and encourage anyone who can to donate. Thank you all so much.
Hello dear hearts, I hope you enjoyed the stream so far. Today I will be introducing you to my snail children, and giving you a bit of information about them. Snails are extremely, incredibly weird and rather underappreciated animals in my opinion, and I think they need a little bit of love. So here are my babies. It's a little bit dirty. The animals, they're messy. Their home, there is more in there. Snails are loosely nocturnal animals, but that is due to the great availability of moisture overnight. Snails do not follow such arbitrary patterns as night and day, but instead sleep on and off for over 12 hours and then wake up with a burst of energy for 30 hours, after which they return to sleep again. If conditions are unfavourable, they can hibernate for years, slowing their heartbeat and sealing themselves into their shells with a mucus door that prevents water loss but will allow carbon dioxide and oxygen to pass through. Snails are quite curious and love to explore, as you can see, which is very cute, but when they get scaled up by, hundreds of tiny babies, that starts to get problematic. Even worse is when they get stuck inside the lid. I don't have an example for you right now, but I'm sure there will be one, because I don't want to crush them when I have to put the lid back on the box. Now, snails can regrow large parts of their shells if they get crushed, as long as they have a source of calcium. These guys have cuttle bone, just here. But in the wild, snails can absorb it from the soil or even rasp away at other snail shells and the bones of dead animals with their tiny tongues to obtain it. Their little tiny tongues are covered in thousands of teeth, which is very cool. However, for these little guys, I found damaging their shell is more than they can survive, unfortunately. This brings me to an important note, which is snail handling. Wash your hands before and after handling snails, or wear gloves. This is to protect the snail from any harmful things you may have on your hands, and to protect you from any parasites the snail may carry. Do not, under any circumstances, eat raw snails or let your pets eat them. Make sure your hands or gloves are wet, as this is just generally nicer for the snail if you're going to let it crawl over your hand. Now, when a snail is out of its shell, like see this one here, you don't want to pick it up, directly lift it straight up, because that can actually, snails are attached to their shells and that can injure them and kill them. We've all done it. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news. So what you should do, it's a little hard with these little guys because they are very small, is get the snail out of the shell and slide it along until it releases, and then move it. Or you can just put like a little leaf or a stick, wait for them to crawl on it, and then lift them up that way. Snails don't have a proper brain, they have a group of centralized neurons. They have 2 sets of tentacles, as you can see. As you may be able to see. There's more than, there's 2 sets of tentacles. The longer ones have their eyes and the smaller ones are used for olfactory sensing or smell, which, that's pretty cool. They can move all of these independently and will retract it if they encounter something in the environment. So I do this, boop, eye stalk retracts. But they don't have too much regard for things in their environment, and they will crawl over each other without any care in the world. These snails range from a couple weeks to a couple months old, as best as I can tell. They'll take a few more months to reach maturity. Snails are hermaphrodites, meaning they carry both male and female sex organs. They can store their eggs inside them for weeks until conditions are right, at which point they will bury them in the soil. A few weeks later, the eggs begin to hatch. Snails will eat their eggshells for a beginning source of calcium and then move on to find a food source. I found my snails love soft vegetables like cucumber and zucchini, which I've gotten here. But they'll eat just about any plant matter, so apples, fruit, capsicum. Here's a little video of an adult snail drinking, and their little mouth, it's adorable. But not all snails eat plants. There are actually some species of flesh-eating snail that eat carrion, which is nuts. So yeah, so next time when you see a snail while you're out and about, just take a little moment to appreciate these really weird and cute and wacky and wonderful
this curse on heavy earth for your tender caress, to bind their fortunes down with the stars out, my heart open, then your love profess, if I didn't weave fate to betray us at on your flee. My dream comes a morning, your scent very start lilac sweet, to dream of raven locks and trees that stormy, of violet eyes glistening as yellow. The bullfire will follow into the storm, to find your heart its passion displaced by earth growing, hardening into stone. I miss a call to hold you in heated embrace, you flee. My dream comes a morning, your sandberry start lilac sweet, to dream of raven locks and trees that stormy, of violet eyes glistening as your weep. I know what fate would have us live as one, or if by love by chance we've been bound. The wish I whispered when it all began, did it forge a love you might never find, you flee. My dream comes a morning, your sandberry start lilac sweet, to dream of raven locks and trees that stormy, of violet eyes glistening as your weep. Are you going to Scarborough Fair? Parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Remember me to one who lives there. She was once a true love of mine. Tell her to make me a cambric shirt, parsley, sage, rosemary, and thyme. Without no seams nor needlework, then she'll be a true love of mine. love of mine. She was once a true love of mine. Над болотом туман волчевой и заметает следы. Я бы думал, что пьян, так и спил лишь студеной воды из кувшина, что ты мне подала, провожая в дорогу, из которой я никогда не вернусь. Жди, не жди, никогда не вернусь и не сомкнусь. Кольцо седых холмов и узок путь по лезвию дождя, и не ищи, ты не найдешь следов, что от вереска оставил, уходя. Словно раненый зверь, я бесшумно пройду по струне. Я не стою, поверь, чтоб ты слезы лила обо мне, чтоб ты шла по следам и крови во тьме, по бруснике во мхе, до ворот, за которыми холод и мгла. Ты не знаешь, там холод и мгла, и не сомкнуть кольцо седых холмов и узок путь по лезвию дождя, и не ищи, ты не найдешь следов, что воин вереска оставил, уходя. Однажды вдохнешь терпкий ладан октябрьской луны, сердце двинется ночь, боль поднимется из глубины. Неужели ты ждешь воплощения беды, духа сумрачной стали, чтобы снова дать мне напиться воды, этой пьяной хрустальной воды, и не сомкнуть кольцо седых холмов и узок путь по лезвию дождя и не ищи, ты не найдешь следов, что воин вереска оставил, хотя и не ищи в морозной мгле следов, что воин вереска оставил, хотя. The air of the mountain below. Keep careful watch of my brother's souls, and through the sky be filled with fire and smoke. Keep watching over the Urine sun. If this is the end in fire, then we should all burn together. Watch the flame climb high into the night, calling out, Father, oh, stand by and we will watch the flames burn out on the mountainside. And if we should die tonight, we should all die together. Where's a glass of wine for the last time, calling out, Father, oh, prepare as we will watch the flames burn out the mountainside. Desolation comes upon the sky. Now I see fire inside the mountains. I see fire burning the trees. I see fire hollowing souls. I see fire blood and the breeze, and I hope that you remember me. Should my people fall in, surely I'll do the same. Confined in mountain halls, we go too close to the flame, calling out, Father, oh, hold fast and we will watch the flames burn out the mountainside. Desolation comes upon the sky. Now I see fire inside the mountains. I see fire burning the trees. I see fire hollowing souls. I see fire blood and the breeze, and I hope that you remember me. And if the night is burning, I will cover my eyes, for if the dark returns, then my brothers will shine. If the sky's falling down, it crash into this lonely town, and with that shadow upon the ground, I hear my people screaming out. I see fire inside the mountains. I see fire burning the trees. I see fire, oh, in souls. I see fire, burning the breeze. I see fire, oh, you know I saw a city burning out. I see fire, feel the heat upon my skin. I see fire, ooh, I see fire burn out the mountainside.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth, and for my entry for Dear Hearts Drive, I'm going to be reading a selection of poetry from Lord Byron, Mary Shelley, and John Keats. And to start off, I'll be reading the poem So We'll Go No More A-Roving by Lord Byron. So we'll go no more a-roving, so late into the night, though the heart be still as loving, and the moon be still as bright. For the sword outwears its sheath, and the soul wears out the breast, and the heart must pause to breathe, and love itself have rest. Though the night was made for loving, and the day returns too soon, yet we'll go no more a-roving by the light of the moon. And for my second entry, I will be reading stanzas by Mary Shelley. Oh, come to me in dreams, my love. I will not ask a dearer bliss. Come with the starry beams, my love, and press mine eyelids with thy kiss. 'Twas thus as ancient fables tell, love visited a Grecian maid, till she disturbed the sacred spell, and woke to find her hopes betrayed. But gentle sleep shall veil my slight, and Psyche's lamp shall darkling be, when in the visions of the night thou dost renew thy vows to me. Then come to me in dreams, my love, I will not ask a dearer bliss. Come with the starry beams, my love, and press mine eyelids with thy kiss. And for my third poem, I'll be reading Ode on a Grecian Urn by John Keats. Thou still unravished bride of quietness, thou foster child of silence and slow time, sylvan historian, who canst thus express a flowery tale more sweetly than our rhyme. What leaf-fringed legend haunts about thy shape, of deities or mortals or of both, in Tempe or the dales of Accardi? What men or gods are these, what maidens loth, what mad pursuit, what struggle to escape, what pipes and timbrels, what wild ecstasy? Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. Therefore, ye soft pipes, play on, not to the sensual ear, but more endeared, pipe to the spirit ditties of no tone. Fair youth, beneath the trees thou canst not leave thy song, nor ever can those trees be bare. Bold lover, never, never canst thou kiss. Though winning near the goal yet, do not grieve. She cannot fade, though thou hast not thy bliss. For ever wilt thou love, and she be fair. O happy, happy boughs that cannot shed your leaves, nor ever bid the spring adieu. And happy melodists unwearied, forever piping songs forever new. More happy love, more happy, happy love, forever warm and still to be enjoyed, forever panting and forever young. All breathing human passion far above, that leaves a heart high sorrowful and cloyed, a burning forehead and a parching tongue. Who are these coming to the sacrifice? To what green altar, O mysterious priest, leadst thou that heifer lowing at the skies, in all her silken flanks with garlands dressed? What little town by river or seashore, or mountain built with peaceful citadel, is emptied of this folk, this pious morn? And little town, thy streets forevermore will silent be, and not a soul to tell
why thou art desolate, can e'er return. O Attic shape, fair attitude, with breed of marble men and maidens overwrought, with forest branches and the trodden weed, thou silent form dost tease us out of thought, as doth eternity, cold pastoral. When old age shall this generation waste, thou shalt remain in midst of other woe. Then ours, a friend to man, to whom thou sayest, beauty is truth, truth beauty. That is all ye know on earth, and all ye need to know.
Hi, I'm Vands. If you know me, then it's probably as a writer, but that's a bit boring to watch. So today I'm going to be performing some songs that I wrote a few years ago. The first one is Late November Poem.
You are stuck in my sky, like the lost stubborn star at dawn. You will fade. You swallow sway. You will stay. You will stay until dark gray clouds gather. You will stay. You will stay. My guiding star until the gray claims you for its keeping.
Ooh, I always forget how sad that one is until I play it. So we'll move on to the next one. The next one's called The Fish Song. Sometimes I write music in my dreams. I never remember it. This one, weirdly, I did. I remember it had something to do with Caroline Duffy, maybe a poem, really random. But I remembered quite a bit of it, probably because it's just a pretty simple little folk song here. Cool. So let's go.
Father took me fishing down by the sea. Empty hands, empty basket, no fish for me. I don't want you to go yet. I don't want you to go. Come back to me. My struggle up the stream for one lousy fuck. I don't want you to go yet. I don't want you to go. Come back to me. Friend turned me skating over the lake. Sent anything alive down there, it all looks so fake. I don't want you to go yet. I don't want you to go. Come back to me. Spring day I went walking across the river. Finally saw one for me. I didn't know any better. I don't want you to go yet. I don't want you to go. Come back to me. Never thought I'd find you, not in the whole sea. Now I finally caught you, you're being taken from me. I don't want you to go yet. I don't want you to go. Come back to me. I don't want you to go. Please. I don't want you to go. Please don't leave.
Again, forgot how depressing that one is. Okay, the next one's definitely okay. So next one, I only wrote in 2017. It's called Clear Sky. I originally wrote it about that feeling when you realise you're over someone, but then it has a whole new kind of meaning post-COVID. So yeah, let's see if I remember how to play this. No.
Locked away, I could barely breathe. Locked away, was afraid of being free. But the sky, so clear, says to me, being alone is nothing to fear. Stepped outside, what a brave new world. So many places I could grow old, but the sky, so clear, says to me, there's nowhere you could go where you wouldn't grow. Packed my bags, closed the door, not living with your ghost anymore. And the sky, so clear, says to me, whatever you choose, I'm proud of you. Choose new path, don't know where it leads. Choose new path, cut by only me. And the sky, so clear, says to me, you're on your own.
And that's it. Thank you.
Hi, and thank you for tuning in to the Dear Hearts Drive charity stream to benefit Refugee Women Connect. Please consider hopping over and donating. So today I have another segment of Plants with Ruthie. I'm Ruthie, and these are a few of my many, many plants. First up, we have our special guest stars, Inigo and Montoya, all the way from my dad's house. Inigo and Montoya were a Father's Day gift I gave my dad last year because he has a bunch of plants too. And they're named Inigo and Montoya because of the character from the movie The Princess Bride, because that's a movie we both love. And they're having a whole bunch of babies. Look at this little teeny tiny one. That one popped up today. And I made them a name tag. So I also have a bunch of plants to update you on that I've showed you in previous streams. First up is Amelia, who has fully rejected any semblance of what a plant like her is meant to look like. And she's just out here being herself and living her best life. She's not supposed to be a vine plant. She's not supposed to look anything like this. But she seems very happy, and so I'm happy for her. And next up, I have my snake plants. Meddy, Yorman, and little baby Neo, who's not a little baby anymore. He's taller than both of his parents now, but unlike Aloes, he's not going to get moved into his own pot. He's not going to move out of his parents' house, because snake plants have a much stronger, family connection than aloes do. And to separate them, you actually have to take a knife and cut them apart from each other. So it's better just to keep them together, move them to a bigger pot together. And then I have AJ, who, since the last stream, has had 16 pups, which is a record in this house. So congratulations, AJ, on setting a new record. And please stop, because I'm out of room. And then we have Nessie, who, if you remember, is the aloe that I accidentally dropped off the deck when she was a baby. And at this point, you wouldn't even know that anything happened to her unless you compared her to her brothers, who are both bigger than her. But she's fully recovered, and she's very happy. She's happy and healthy enough that she's having her own little babies. These two are her first ever set of pups, and she's come such a long way, and I'm very proud of her. Another update is Duncan, who he is still leaning over, but he's decided that for some reason he wants to start growing straight again and looking even weirder than he did before. I also have another monster aloe. This is Mason, and he's actually the twin brother of Sabrina over there, who you've all met before. And he was finally big enough to go into a bigger pot like his sister, and also he just had his first couple pups. I also have a whole bunch of new plants to show you. This one doesn't have a name yet because I just got them the other day when I was repotting all of these plants to get them ready for the stream. I asked my mom to go grab some more soil, and so she did, and she came back with a plant. So, look, it's an anemone. also have Scylla, who I picked up on the way back home after my first COVID shot. And Scylla is a sea monster in the Odyssey, and I think she looks a lot like a sea monster, and so I named her Scylla. She also has this sort of weird bit where it's like some of her leaves fused together. And I don't really know what's going on with that, but it's neat. And then Lyra. Even if you don't know anything about plants, you can tell that Lyra isn't doing great, but she's doing a lot better than when I first got her. With some new soil, a new pot, and a bunch of water, she's perked up a bit. And Lyra is actually another version of the same plant as Miriam here. And so when Lyra grows up and is healthy again, she'll look a lot like Miriam with a different leaf color. And then I have Max. And the really neat thing about Max is he's fuzzy. That's it. That's what makes him special. That's why I like him, because he's fuzzy. I also have Kirk, who came from a family friend named Jim. Jim Kirk. Get it? And last but not least, I have Louisa. And she used to have a whole bunch of pink flowers on her, but she's not flowering right now. She was a Secret Santa gift that my Secret Santa sent in the mail. Apparently you can just send somebody a box of a plant. And that friend really likes Little Women, the book and the movie by Louisa May Alcott. So, Louisa. All right, that's all the plants I have for you today. So thank you for tuning in, and please go donate to Refugee Women Connect to help support all the important and wonderful work that they do for refugees, asylum seekers, and survivors of trafficking. I hope you enjoy the rest of the stream. Bye.
Hi y'all, I'm Beth, or Tricky Pirate, and I'm really happy to be here for Refugee Women Connect. They're an amazing organization doing some really fantastic work with refugee women in the UK. They are very deserving of your support. So if you can, please click the donate link in the description. If you cannot, just sharing and spreading the word, everything helps and everything's appreciated. All right, so I know we have a ton of talent on this drive. We have artists and musicians and writers, people doing beautiful handcrafts, and everyone is so, so talented. I'm gonna play an improv game, because that's what happens when you ask actors to help with stuff. So this game is called Ah Yes. And the premise of the game is you are given a famous piece of art or a landmark or a building, and the person who is it has 30 to 60 seconds to come up with the most ridiculous and incorrect art history lesson that they can. Bonus points if it's said in a posh accent, which I will be doing, but it will be very bad, so I'm warning you that now. So I have put a bunch of the suggestions that I asked for here in my mug, which is Royal Daunton with the hand-painted periwinkles. And if you understand that reference, please have 1,000 bonus points. Let's begin. Okay, I put this one in for my friend who's an archaeologist. The Lacan cave paintings are, of course, one of the more well-known sets of paintings in the Lacan region of France. Now, what's interesting is that Lacan, as we all know, means the cows, and there are, in fact, quite a large number of cows depicted on the cave walls. Some may look at the drawings and think that they are nothing more than random collected images when nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, they are well thought to be the first say what you see puzzle created. Okay, we're gonna move on to the next one. I'll probably do 3, 4 of these, depending on time. Yes, the Trevi Fountain in Rome. Now, many people for years have made pilgrimages to the Trevi Fountain because it is well known if you toss a coin to your fountain, if you toss a coin into the fountain and make a wish, it will very inevitably never come true. Now, people began using this during Victorian times as a way to subtly curse one's enemies. So one may throw their coin in and make the wish that Cecilia's gowns should always fit her perfectly and be lovely, which means that Cecilia will never have gowns that fit properly or look nice on her. Victorians were a very vindictive people. All right, one more. So I put this in as a joke to myself when I was doing this, and I really should have taken it out because now I have to do it. You will understand why. The Singing Lute Player, 1624, by Henrik ter Bruggen. Now, this is one of a rather large series of lute players painted by ter Bruggen over his lifetime because they were muses that he dated, and once he had broken up with his lutenist, he would paint a portrait of them as a commemoration of the relationship. Because, as we all know, lutenists were basically the guitar players of their day. And who doesn't love a guitar player? That's my time. Thank you for putting up with my nonsense. Donate if you can. Spread the word. Have a great day, everyone.
Good evening and welcome to Sing of Strings, the tale of a violin. Now let's come to the instruments that bring forth the songs of the amazing devil. I don't mean the players and their voices in this instance. I mean the physical tools known as musical instruments. First and foremost, the violin. Why foremost, I must presume you ask. Have you ever heard that violins have a timbre closest to human voice of any instrument, except perhaps cello, depending on the voice and the violin, of course. It's why it was so easy back in the day to convince people that violin strings were made of catgut, like a homunculus or a witch's familiar, instead of the more mundane sheep intestines they were actually made of. Connective tissue is very resilient. It's why the devil is frequently depicted playing fiddle, this almost human voice. And we are speaking of the amazing devil, are we not? Played right, a violin can sound like the sighs of a soul, eerie and emotional and plaintive, definitely otherworldly, ethereal, coming from the idea that all matter is permeated with a substance known as ether. How should I explain ether? It's an old idea. The closest we have now is our understanding of how the Higgs boson interacts with the fabric of reality to create gravity as we know it. But if you believe that you understand gravity fully, you probably don't. If you believe you can feel it though, then you probably have functional senses. That is how ethereal works. Felt more than understood. Violins have attracted attention of many sorts since their invention, or should I say, since their evolution from earlier forms. There have been many physicists who've studied the voice of the violin, its vibration and tension, its overtones and fundaments, how the strings move when bowed and plucked. The resonant cavity of a violin creates something called Schladny patterns within the wood. If you coated it with dust, you could watch the vibration propagate into static patterns through the elasticity of grain, making all the tiny particles danced into the correct shapes for the pitch of the note, pushed by the unseen forces of the air itself, like the ashes of hearts made corporeal, like Tony folk dances in curving lines, pushed this way and that at the behest of the melody. Did you know that when a note's overtone harmonics pull it apart into unstable chaos, it's known as a wolf note? Evocative, don't you think? Especially for this violin. Run, dear heart, run, indeed. For the bridge of this violin, the thing that carries the string's resonance into the body of the violin, it's carved of deer bone. From a red deer, I believe. But don't ask me how it was done. The tools for that sort of bone work make me shudder to think of. So I haven't even looked close enough to see if it's femur or antler. But we were talking about singing and strings and souls. Oh wait, that wasn't really a diversion, was it? The violin in question is of an unusual make in other ways too. Carved in the lean years of the 1930s, in the north of England. Any further north or higher and colder, and you would be treading the highlands. Carved out of local wood and hope and quiet fears, by a man who had carved many such before, in better times. Times of more light and warmth. This one was carved in a harsh winter, the wood stiff and unwilling to be shaped unless bathed in the light and warmth of a fire. Macabre, in a way, to carve the bones of trees like that by the burning light of others. No Norway maple or ebony for this violin. Nothing in it was exotic to the Isles. This one is blackthorn and dog oak, shaped well, polished deep. The waving grain on the body of a violin is known as the flame. This one's flame will show you things, if you know how to look through the polish just so, and listen to the static potential for vibrato and squeal, if you can watch its voice bring pictures to life. One of the blackthorn pegs broke once. A hidden knurl in the grain, one that didn't last the test of time and song. A replacement was carved by the contemporary player, out of U. It's believed this choice was for the pun of it. U for a U string. But U is also the wood of midwinter. Blackthorn, the wood of Samhain. This violin's bones know the cold and the dark more than any other I've seen, more than most of its players have seen. Most. The original bow was strung with white horsehair, which is a powerful talisman for passage to turn a knock, I'll have you know. A talisman it played as one with for more than 80 years, through countless songs, countless melodies and lyrics, countless transports of hearts from this realm to another one that's distant and silent as tears on a cheek. Time enough to build opinions upon the world, this world and that. Time enough to feel the damp and the light, the darkness and bright, feel the cling of fungus try to break through the polish, failing over and over. Merely more dust to dance in those unseen internal places, in the unbreathing lungs of the violin's body. This violin knows things that I don't hear too much of. It does not get played with a bow of white horse hair, not anymore, not usually. I have not inquired too deeply about the current bow, lest I become an accomplice, you see. For there are whispers of sharp knives and the crowning glories of drowned souls, locks of lost lovers, hairs of animals that have not tread the earth for an age, the eyelashes of gods and the toe hairs of devils, the remains of the fishing line that pulled a mermaid to shore, and the tough fibres from lava grown in a ship's graveyard, enough to make your hair stand on end. Whispers like that. Don't you find it deliciously dark that we make a violin sing by rubbing the dried ichor of one tree against the lacquered bones of another? Rosin is what I speak of. Rosin can come from a number of trees. You'd have to smell this one to know for sure which tree bled this rosin. Add in the catgut strings and the horsehair bow, and really a violin is quite the Frankenstein's orchestra. I posit that there's no better instrument to accompany you, should you wish to live a Mary Shelley style of existence. Well, I've spoken of the body and the bridge, the rosin and the bow, the peg and the neck, the polished glow. One last piece that deserves mention, I believe. One last new addition, the strings. The original sheepgut strings were replaced and replaced, played so long and to so many purposes that human sweat is just part of the polish. The rosin worn into the cracks, and those strings are edged into the voice of the violin, as it is now, like footprints in the wood. But they are gone. These days, the strings are of iron alloy, metal core and binding. Violin now does as it's bid, by the tension held in ferrous fetters. Mostly, it doesn't always do as bid, but that is another tale, and we will have to sing of strings another time. I bid you a good night and farewell, dear heart.
Hello, I am Barbara Carlick. I'm harpist, and I play the early Irish harp, an instrument that was played in Ireland and the Scottish Highlands from the 10th up to the 19th century. It had wire strings and was played on the left shoulder with long fingernails. And I'll start with a tune that was written for this instrument. It was recorded by Edward Bunting in 1792, a simple lullaby called The Nurse Putting a Child to Sleep. And now I'll play a song called Fair by the band The Amazing Devil. It's what my heart just yearns to say in ways that can't be said. It's what my rotting bones will sing when the rest of me is dead. It's what's engraved upon my heart in letters deeply worn. Today I somehow understand the reason I was born, 'cause outwardly he says I try so hard to make you laugh at me. And she does, she laughs as though she's never had a joke 10,000 times before, and he adores her. He watches her get dressed as though she's hurtling through time. Oh darling, please be mine, she promises to fight them all when it all becomes too much. And he curses at the world for leaving him behind and is falling out of touch. And she is stronger than he's ever been, he knows. And he brushes her hand through his hair. He's had so much effing hair, and he holds her close just to keep the world at bay. And when they're sure no one can hear them, she'll turn to him and say, hey, it's not fair how much I love you. It's not fair, 'cause you make me laugh when I'm actually really effing cross at you for something. And he'll say, hey, oh, how unreasonable. How unreasonably in love I am with everything you do. I'll spend my days so close to you, 'cause if I'm standing here, maybe everyone will think I'm alright. I've seen enough, he says, I know exactly what I want. And it's this life that we've created, inundated with the fated thought of you. And if you asked me, I would lose it all like petals in the storm. 'Cause darling, I was born to press my head between your shoulder blades at night when light is fading. Just to let you know I'm all waylaid and feels like I am wading into carpet burns at carousels. Oh Christ, you'll be the death of me. And calm throughout his melodrama, she will turn to say, dear heart, it's me. It's me. You don't need to pretend you be someone you're not, 'cause it's not like I haven't heard you fart and snore. And for some godforsaken reason I'm still here, love, like I've always been before. And he'll say, hey, it's not fair. It's not fair how much I love you. It's not fair, 'cause you make me weep when I'm just trying to watch The Office with my yogurt. And she'll say, hey, oh, how unreasonable. How unreasonably in love I am with everything you do. I spend my days so close to you, 'cause if I'm standing here, maybe everyone will think I am cool. how unfair they'll sing as they dance across the darling rooftop wreck. He'll trip and she'll pretend not to have seen, burying her head into his chest and clinging to the moment. Where have you been? She'll whisper, I've waited oh so long for you to come. And as the stars above them hum and hear them, he'll turn to her and say, that's what she said. It's not fair how much I love you. It's not fair, 'cause you make me ache, you bastard. And she'll say, hey, oh, how unreasonable. How unreasonably in love I am with everything you do. I'll spend my days so close to you. 'Cause if I'm stood here, I'm stood here. And I'll stand here with you. The next song is one of my own. It's called The Social Distancing Love Song, and it was written on the 274th day of March 2020. It's been so long since I went to a con. I look at the world through windows of glass, zeros and ones. And there are days like this when I feel like the Lady of Shalott. Only ice cream stories, my mirror is a screen, and you are the shadow of Lancelot that I've seen. Thank God you are here, why aren't you asleep? There's daylight somewhere, I answer and chat late into the night with a fluttering heart. I read in between your words and your memes, an instant connection, this chunk is perfection. There's something I want to say but I don't, and maybe you too feel this way. You look into the webcam and our eyes connect, though I know they never really do. And in every love song you sing, I hear I'm singing just for you. If only you knew what it does to me, you'd never look into the camera again, or maybe, just maybe you would. Look all the time and smile, there's something in the way your voice breaks sometimes, or the way you inhale, or let out the smallest laugh. That's enough. My heart skips a beat and I fall. It is not sensible, it is not wise, but it is a spark, and I am bone dry. You look into the webcam and our eyes connect, though I know they never really do. And in every love song you sing, I hear I'm singing just for you. If only you knew what it does to me, you'd never look into the camera again, or maybe, just maybe you would. Look all the time and smile, don't worry about me though, my dear. I don't blame you for what I feel, I know it's all in my mind and I don't mind. It's just my greedy little heart, it was setting me up straight from the start, and the only thing I can do with this feeling is write a song. It's just my greedy little heart, it was setting me up straight from the start, and the only thing I can do with this feeling is write a song and pass it along. And to finish off my small set, I will play you a traditional tune called Here's a Health, and I really hope that we all are safe and loved and healthy. Thank you very much. kind friends and companions, come join me in rhyme. Come lift up your voices in chorus with mine. Come lift up your voices, all grief to refrain. For we may or might never all meet here again. Here's a health to their company, and one to my lass. Let us drink and be merry, all out of one glass. Let us drink and be merry, all grief to refrain. For we may or might never all meet here again. Here's a health to the dear lass that I love so well. For her style and her beauty she'll none can expel. There's a smile in her countenance as she sits on my knee. There's no maid in this wide world as happy as me. Here's a health to their company, and one to my lass. Let us drink and be merry, all out of one glass. Let us drink and be merry, all grief to refrain. For we may or might never all meet here again. Our ship lies at anchor, she's ready to dock. I wish her safe landing without any shock. If ever I should meet you by land or by sea, I will always remember your kindness to me. Here's a health to their company, and one to my lass. Let us drink and be merry, all out of one glass. Let us drink and be merry, all grief to refrain. For we may or might never all meet here again.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nina. Thank you so much for joining us today for the Dear Hearts Drive charity stream for Refugee Women Connect. Today I'm going to be singing a medley of familiar soundtrack tunes, and at the end having a special duet with my partner Danny. So please enjoy the art and the music, and don't forget to donate.
Dancing bears, painted wings, things I almost remember, and a song someone sings once upon a December. Someone holds me safe and warm, horses prance through a silver storm, figures dancing gracefully across my memory.
December. Every inch of me is trembling, but not from the cold. Something is familiar, like a dream I can reach but not quite hold. I can sense you there, like a friend I've always known. I'm arriving, and it feels like I am home. I have always been a fortress, cold secrets deep inside. You have secrets too, but you don't have to hide. Show yourself, I'm dying to meet you. Show yourself, it's your turn. Are you the one I've been looking for all of my life? Show yourself, I'm ready to learn. I've never felt so certain. All my life I've been torn, but I'm here for a reason. Could it be the reason I was born? I have always been so different. Normal rules did not apply. Is this the day? Are you the way? I finally find out why. Show yourself, I'm no longer trembling. Here I am, I've come so far. You are the answer I've waited for all of my life. Oh, show yourself, let me see who you are. Come to me now, open your door. Don't make me wait one moment more. Come to me now, open your door. Don't make me wait one moment more. Where the north wind meets the sea, there's a river full of memory. Come, my darling, homeward bound. I am found. Show yourself, step into the power, grow yourself into something new. You are the one I've been waiting for all of my life. Oh, show yourself. I heard there was a secret chord that praised and pleased the Lord, but you don't really care for music, do you? It goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor falls, the major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah. Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. so I tried to touch. I told the truth, I did not come to fool you. And even though it all went wrong, I'll stand before the Lord of Sun with nothing on my tongue but hallelujah, 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 hallelujah,
Feed me.
Does it have to be human?
Feed me.
Does it have to be mine?
Feed me.
Where am I supposed to get it?
Feed me, Seymour. Feed me all night long. You can do it. Feed me, Seymour. Feed me all night long. 'Cause if you feed me, Seymour, I can grow up big and strong. Would you like a Cadillac car or a guest shot on Jack Parr? How about a date with Hedy Lamarr? You're gonna get it. How'd you like to be a big wheel, dining out for every meal? I'm the plant that can make it all real. You're gonna get it. I'm your genie, I'm your friend, I'm your willing slave. Take a chance, feed me, and you know the kind of eats, the kind of red hot treats, the kind of sticky licky sweets I crave. Come on, Seymour, don't be a punt. Trust me, your life will surely rival King Tut's. Show a little initiative and work up your guts and you'll get it.
I don't know. I don't know. I have so many strong reservations. Should I go and perform mutilations?
How's about a room at the Ritz, wrapped in velvet and covered in glitz? A little nookie gonna clean up your zits and you'll get it.
Jet like a Harley machine, tooling around like I was James Dean, making all the guys on the corner turn green.
So go get it. If you wanna be profound and you really got to justify, take a breath and look around. A lot of folks deserve to die.
Hey, wait a minute. I don't know anybody who deserves to get chopped up and fed to a hungry plant.
Sure you do. If you want a rationale, it isn't very hard to see. Stop and think it over, pal. The guy sure looks like plant food to me. The guy sure looks like plant food to me. The guy sure looks like plant food to me.
He's so nasty, treating her rough,
smacking her around and always talking so tough.
You need blood and he's got more than enough.
I need blood and he's got more than enough. I need blood and he's got more than enough. So go get it.
Hey, thanks so much again for tuning in and being here with us today for the Dear Hearts Drive charity stream for Refugee Women Connect. Don't forget to check out the links below, donate if you can, share, and stick around for some more. And of course, I've got to throw in a terrible joke for you guys. So what do you call a factory that just makes okay products? A satisfactory. And I'm not going to apologize for that one either. Thank you guys and have a great rest of the stream.
Hello, my name is Kim. Thank you for joining us for another Dear Hearts Drive. I'm going to be showing you some weaving on my loom today and playing you some music. Before we get started, I wish to acknowledge the Yagara and Turrbal traditional owners of the land on which I'm recording today and their elders, both past and present. This part of Australia is also known as Brisbane. It's in the southeast of Queensland. If you're looking at a map of Australia, start at the pointy bit up the top and go about halfway down the right-hand side. That's about where we are. I'd like to dedicate my contribution to the Murrungapan family, who are refugees that were taken from their home in Billawheeler in Queensland and imprisoned offshore. At the time I record this, they've just been reunited on mainland Australia, and I hope by the time you're hearing it, or soon after, they've managed to get home to Billow. This first song is by the Australian comedy band Tripod and the singer Alana Stone, who collaborated for a Dungeons & Dragons themed musical called Tripod vs. the Dragon. It's sung from the dragon's point of view and is called Ivory Tower.
Night of chalky ash and children's fright, I do not think you know what you behold. I was made of aching hurt, of fairy tales and bloody dirt. I hope you do exactly as you're told. Siegfried and St. George, Potter, Baggins, Beowulf were tempered in my force. So I say to you and yours, all caught fire in the ivory tower in the marble arches in the dust and darkness, and a hallelujah on my mind. Once a mighty tree was grown for you to know all that is known. I hope you hear exactly what I say. By your soul, a branch came down from where the blood fell to the ground. It is
I'll tell you a little bit about the weaving that you're seeing happen. I'm weaving on a 4-shaft table loom. Woven fabric's made up of 2 lots of threads, the vertical ones, which are called the warp, and the horizontal strands that are called the weft. The warp gets wound onto the loom, threaded through the heddles, which are on each shaft, and get raised and lowered to make different woven patterns. They're also threaded through the reed, which is on the beater bar that you see there, pressing each thread down to form the fabric at the bottom of the screen. The pattern that I'm weaving is a tartan that I designed myself based on the colours of the Bi Pride flag. Tartans are usually made with between 3 and 6 colours, so the flags are a great place to get inspiration for colours, and I designed quite a few other ones during Pride Month in June this year. Tartans are made using an identical warp and weft pattern, so you have the same stripes going left to right as you do top to bottom, and the pattern itself is mirrored both vertically and horizontally, which is how you get the beautiful symmetrical squares of tartan. It's woven in what's called an advancing twill pattern. That's the diagonal lines you can see forming. I programmed a spreadsheet to generate this tartan pattern, and that's a first for me, using spreadsheets recreationally. I learned a lot about tartan design from the actual practical weaving process though. My second song is a cover of Ed Sheeran's I See Fire from the film The Hobbit, The Desolation of Smaug.
This is to end in fire, then we should all burn together. Watch the flames climb high into the night, calling out, Father, oh, stand by and we will watch the flames burn open on the mountainside. And if we should die tonight, then we should all die together. Raise a glass of wine for the last time, calling out, Father, oh, prepare as we will watch the flames burn open on the mountainside. Desolation comes upon the sky. Now I see fire inside the mountain. I see fire burning the trees. I see fire hollowing souls. I see fire. Should my people fall, then surely I'll do the same. Confined in mountain halls, we got too close to the flame, calling out, Father, oh, hold fast and we will watch the flames burn open on the mountainside. Desolation comes upon the sky. Now I see fire inside the mountain. I see fire burning the trees. I see fire hollowing souls. I see fire blood in the breeze. Now as the night is burning brothers will die. And as the sky is falling down, it crashed into this lonely town. And with that shadow upon the ground, I hear my people screaming out. I see fire inside the mountain. I see fire burning the trees. I see fire following souls. I see fire, blood in the breeze. I see fire. Oh, you know I saw a city burn. And I see fire, felt the heat upon my skin. I see fire. I see fire burn open on the mountainside.
And we're all done. Thank you very much for joining me, and enjoy the rest of the drive.
Hi everyone, I really hope you're all enjoying the stream so far and the incredible talents of our wonderful community. I'm Fizzy and I'll be singing just a few songs to provide the backing for Keita's artwork. There'll be some Lord Huron, some Oh Hellos and a little Mumford & Sons number 2. We worked together to find songs which we thought fitted the mystical woodland vibe of the absolutely stunning painting that you're about to see them create, so we really hope you enjoy. Please, please do donate to Refugee Women Connect if you can and you haven't already. They do such incredible and crucial work supporting women through what is a hostile and extremely challenging asylum process. It's really such an honour to be supporting them however we can. Thank you all so much for tuning in, and I really hope you enjoy this set.
All day permanent red, the glaze on my eyes. When I heard your voice, the distance caught me by surprise again. And I know you claim that you're right, but fix your eyes on me. I guess I'm all you have, and I swear you'll see the dawn again. Well, I know I had it all on the line, but don't just sit with folded hands and become blind. 'Cause even when there is no star in sight, you'll always be my only guiding light. Relate to my youth, well, I'm still in awe of you. Discover some new truth that was always wrapped around you. So don't just slip away in the night, and don't just hurl your words from on high. Well, I know I had it all on the line, but don't just sit with folded hands and become blind. 'Cause even when there is no star in sight, you'll always be my only guiding light. If we come back and we're broken, unworthy and ashamed, give us something to believe in. You know we'll go your way. Well, I know I had it all
on the line. But don't just sit with folded hands and become blind. 'Cause even when there is no star in sight, you'll always be my only guiding light. Well, I know I had it all on the line, but don't just sit with folded hands and become blind. 'Cause even when there is no star in sight, you'll always be my only guiding light. Oh, fair and flighty love, my arrow light above, the only dove I see. Oh, could you love me more if by the sun and moon I swore that I would never flee? Well, I still taste you on my lips, lovely bitter water. The awful fire of old regret is honey on my tongue. And I know I shouldn't love you, I know I shouldn't love you, but I do. I feel it in my soul, I feel the empty hole, the cup that can't be filled. And I feel it in my blood, in the fire and the flood, the beast that can't be killed. Even now you mark my steps, lovely bitter water. All the days of our delights are poison in my veins. And I know I shouldn't love you, I know. I am not a fool in time, no, I know what is coming. You'll bury me beneath the trees I climbed as a child, and I know I shouldn't love you. Even now you mark my steps, lovely bitter water. All the days of our delights are poison in my veins, and I know I shouldn't love you, I know I shouldn't love you, but I do. I know the rain like the clouds know the sky. I speak to birds and tell them where to fly. I sing the songs that you hear on the breeze. I write the names of the rocks and the trees. Oh, you fool, there are rules, I am coming for you. Darkness brings evil things, oh, the reckoning begins. I tried to warn you when you were a child. I told you not to get lost in the wild. I sent you omens and all kinds of signs. I taught you melodies, poems and rhyme. Oh, you fool, there are rules, I am coming for you. Darkness brings evil things, oh, the reckoning begins. Oh, you fool, there are rules, I am coming for you. You can run, but you can't be saved. Darkness brings evil things, so the reckoning begins. You have opened the yawning grave. I am not the only traveler who has not repaid his debt. I've been searching for a trail to follow again. Take me back to the night we met. And then I can tell myself what the hell I'm supposed to do. And then I can tell myself not to ride along with you. I had all and then most of you, some and now none of you. Take me back to the night we met. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, haunted by the ghost of you. Oh, take me back to the night we met. When the night was full of terror and your eyes were filled with tears, when you had not touched me yet. Oh, take me back to the night we met. I had all and then most of you, some and now none of you. Oh, take me back to the night we met. I don't know what I'm supposed to do, haunted by the ghost of you. Take me back to the night we met.
That last song there was dedicated to my great friend Who for the hours of entertainment we've had from it. Thank you so much for listening, everyone. I really hope you enjoyed it all, and I hope we brought you some really good Fae woodland vibes. Again, please do donate to Refugee Women Connect if you can and you haven't already. They do amazing work, and I really hope you all enjoy the rest of the stream.
Hi, my name is Comfort. I am an Advocacy Policy Officer for Refugee Women Connect. Refugee Women Connect is a charity organization that provides support for refugees, asylum-seeking women, and survivors of human trafficking. We provide support in terms of casework, advocating for the women, and providing well-being support, perinatal support, and mental health support. We're not able to carry on with the work that we're doing if we don't get the full support from yourselves. I'd like to say a big thank you to Dear Hearts for your continuous support, and we'll continue to ask that you provide whatever that you have, be it £1, £2, £5, even in the thousands, whatever you have to give towards the work that we do in providing support for our women is welcome. Please go on our website and donate. Please donate, tell your friends, share this message, keep donating so that we can continue to do the work that we do. Thank you.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Dear Hearts Drive. And also a big thank you to everyone who not only donated their money, but also their time, their talents, and their attention towards this cause. Just as a reminder, as we close out here, that our fundraiser link is in the description of this video, as well as on our various social medias, where you can also follow us to see what we're cooking up next. There are also links to Refugee Women Connect and a variety of different ways that you can continue to support them in our description as well. Once again, thank you so much, and we'll see you next time. Bye!